So I'm going to go and record so I can rant about this for a second. I hate streaming console games because I hate capture cards. Capture cards suck. I'm half an hour late because I spent the last 40 minutes trying to fix my capture card because it wasn't capturing audio at all. It is now, obviously, you can hear the damn game. But it wasn't.
One less feathery spy.
So anyways, yeah, I was, oh God, as my throat's just suddenly dying. Excuse me. So yeah, I spent half an hour waiting for the damn capture card. I say waiting, trying to fix the goddamn capture card. But you know what pisses me off the most? Really, legitimately pisses me off. This capture card has given me issues ever since I got it. It has a slight audio delay, which most people probably do not actually have noticed, but I notice. I notice immediately. Yeah, so that's irritating. But then there's the fact that it tends to have audio glitches, which we've actually already heard. And then there's the fact that it gives me issues like it did today, and that's not the first time it's given me issues. So that all sucks. So you're probably thinking, well, why don't you just get the best capture card out there? Guess what most people agree is the best capture card out there. Yeah, mine. This is a $200 card. I splurged on this because I need a good capture card for my show. This is the Elgato HD60X, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, which season are you in, Ross? Although I do think people give Season 3 too much of a pass, to be blunt. But Season 3 is when they removed Patrick Stewart from having writing and creative control. And it shows. Anyways, so with that irritation out of the way, I wanted to talk about something else before we really jump into this.
The Channel Islands sit here just off the coast of France, and notably, they belong to the United Kingdom.
Thank you very much for that. Now, has the gushing over the game started? Well, that's what I want to talk about. I didn't like the combat of God of War 4. Go ahead, throw your tomatoes. I stand by that. I can tell already that I'm not going to like the combat of this game either. In fact, if you look right at the document, you'll notice that the list of negatives so far is controls, movement, camera, combat. Now, you might think, well, that sounds a lot like core gameplay, and you're right. But what I find interesting is this ties into something I mentioned extremely recently, which is, remember how I've got the 4 thumbs up and down thing I'm going to be doing for these post things? This is the definition of negative, thumbs down for core for core gameplay, but thumbs up for execution of gameplay. Because if you look at the positives, we have options, difficulty options, alternate leveling, intro, tutorialization, quality of life features, viscerality. save system. Stuff that isn't really core combat, but, makes the whole experience a lot better. There's a lot of polish, is what I'm trying to say. And it's just interesting to see a game like this in total contrast to something like, for example, Dragon's Dogma, which had an excellent core combat, but completely fell apart on all the other elements of combat, of gameplay. So, plus, thumbs up to core, thumbs down to execution for Dragon's Dogma. So we are quite literally playing the inverse of Dragon's Dogma, which is what I found amusing, at least on the gameplay axis.
Best of luck.
Yeah, I'm not doing a Dragon's Dogma
Any
video.
outsider is considered a threat. Is that to protect the dwarves?
It sounds like it. But knowing Odin, there's sure to be an ulterior motive.
Well, everyone's hiding on this side too.
Odin's occupation of this realm has its hooks in deep.
But there aren't any guards patrolling. We're clearly not a threat. Why hide?
Resist and you're made an example of, to keep the rest in line. Self-preservation can outweigh bravery for even the strongest of folk.
Fear keeps them safe and alive.
Tavern's gotta be around here somewhere. Maybe we can try knocking on some doors for directions. Oh, wow. Sindri wasn't kidding about the structural sensitivity. Excuse me, but we're looking for...
Nothing for you here. I don't care what you want. No food, no encouraging word, no nothing. Leave!
This looks promising, right? That's like a house. If he's here, maybe you should let me do the talking.
You.
Well, we don't want to intimidate him. You're tall as a tree and you have a severed head on your head.
None taken.
Why do they have so many pumpkins?
Very well.
I think that's him. Hello?
Watch yourselves. Apparently, there are intruders about.
Oh, that's us, I think.
Well, if you're planning on killing me, at least let me finish this song. That alarm was in just the perfect key.
We're just looking for a friend of ours, named Durin.
Well, we both know that's not true. Durlin's got no friends left. But if that's all you need, head out the back way there, and you'll see the safety office just across the river. Just don't go making trouble for the rest of us. And while you travel through this realm, maybe you could clean up the head's mess.
What mess?
Later, brother.
I wish to hear of this mess.
The rig's in the bay. Why don't you ask the condescending skull?
Head. I've got skin. But he's right. I made a mistake. I'd have us shut them down.
Okay. Sure, why not? So if you wanted to change the FOV, I can, but I'm going to tell you something right now, Adam Suda. I've noticed that there's a specific FOV that tends to work for most people, which is instantly nauseating to me. And I can't play a game that's nauseating to me. No, Young Dragon. So, what do you want it set at? And we'll try it, and we'll see how it works. I'm going to find the FOV setting. Yeah, assuming there is an FOV. Okay, this game has a metric ass ton of options, but apparently it has no FOV. Happy birthday, Young Dragon. Hope you do something more fun than watching me today. Wow, it does not have an FOV. That's wild. It has 7 billion options, but not FOV. Yeah, that actually makes sense. Culling in a game like this is actually pretty mandatory. These textures are probably killing the PS4. Atreus. So, in case you missed that, Ross, Patrick Stewart personally wrote and was effectively the mainliner for Season 1 and 2. In my opinion, it shows. Because Patrick Stewart is not a good writer. But also because of some, you know, ego stroking. Atreus.
Go.
Atreus. There he is. That's why I call him the mainliner. Because he was. As I've said before, mainliner is my title because there is no industry standard title for what a mainliner is. Sometimes it's an actor, sometimes it's a director, sometimes it's a producer, sometimes it's a creative producer, sometimes it's someone knocking on my door.
There's no pumpkin donuts?
Thank you. I'll wait on that. Anyways. Speaking of the point, right? Creative control. It varies a lot. One of the examples I like to go to for that is an actor I can never think of the name of. He played Batman in Batman and Robin, which I know is a great way to remember him. Clooney. George Clooney is the perfect example of the kind of actor who tends to be a mainliner even though he is merely an actor. Because the man has past tense, ridiculous clout in Hollywood. So, you know, he is the kind of person who would tell people what to do, and they would do it. You know, creative control, right? Thank you very much, Kieran Elior. I'll put that down for Tinykin, Stranger of Paradise, and the Kingdom Hearts block. Well, the good news is Arceus is probably not going to get funded until after the Marios. Are you coming? Atreus! Jesus Christ. Boy! Where is this kid? And why is he not coming here so I can... Oh, well, I don't care at this point. Clooney's a good actor, don't mistake me. But the man has influence. Yeah, boy, could you come up here? Where? You... Are you down here?
A firebomb from the chief anti-Odin propagandist in Durlin's rebellion. Quite a sharp wit she had until she turned to subtle resistance.
Yeah, I don't know where Atreus is, and I'm not sure I care at this point. I found Atreus. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Justin. Always appreciate you. Honestly, yeah. It's slow, it's clunky. It's not fun. I don't know what else to add to it, Act. Hang on, an enemy just got behind me. Let me turn around here. Okay, now I can attack the enemy behind me. It's tank controls in an action game. Like, this is such a dumb idea. I'm sorry. This is such a dumb idea at its base level. I cannot believe someone decided this was a good idea. In a typical beat-em-up style game combat, this is max speed, by the way. In a typical... Oh, you mean like turning up the sensitivity? Sure. I mean, we're going to turn it right back down because I guarantee you this is a terrible idea. But yeah, let's see how awful this is. Ugh. Yeah, so this is why we're not doing this. The problem is this kind of thing can work if the combat is built around nice, slow, meaningful attacks. Make the pacing part of it. Final Fantasy XIV is arguably a slower game in terms of combat, as opposed to something like, say, World of Warcraft. But it's worth noting that FF14 leans into that. It makes its combat all about being pseudo-turn-based. Action, 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 action. There's a beat to it. This doesn't. This is just, action combat without thought put into how that should be employed in a game of this style, right? And there's also just... I don't know. I'm probably a little bit biased because God of War 3 has some of the best combat we've ever seen. God of War 3 had really freaking good combat. I think the only one that surpassed that is frickin' Devil May Cry 5, which says something. Okay, have fun. Excuse me. Yeah, if we, again, there's ways to make this work. But first I want to write this down for STO Terran Gambit, Star Trek Resurgence, and Starfield. 2 does have better weapons than 3, but 3's combat was just, mwah. The only downside of 3's weapons was they were all chain weapons. It's just they were really, really well done, Anyways, I'm getting off topic. This is the kind of thing that I don't think could be fixed by, like, a one-sentence solution. I feel like what would be needed here is, honestly, just taking the entire combat layer of things and overhauling it, like, top to bottom. I think that's what would actually be needed for this to really work for me. And obviously they're not going to because, and I don't really mean any offense by this, it's never been a priority for this studio. I'm dead serious. Look at all the interviews, all of the feedback, all of the discussions, and behind the scenes stuff. This was a game focused on story. The majority of the effort, the time, the budget went into the narrative axis. Now that's fine, but you see why combat is just kind of there on top of the narrative, right? Should they keep over the shoulder? I don't like over the shoulder by default. I never have. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily automatically bad. There are ways to make the over the shoulder work. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. That's where they were going with it, and that's their decision. That's their work. And as I said, there is a lot of polish to the things that are not the combat, which is probably going to keep the gameplay scroll. I suggest how to improve the combat. Well, I think there's two ways they could do this. One is to take God of War 3's combat and transplant it into this game. I know I said there's no one-sentence answers, but trust me when I say that's a lengthy and complex thing to do. It would essentially be throwing the existing combat and engine and enemy design, just throwing it completely out the window and replacing it with another one. That's not a minor thing to do. So let's assume that's not feasible. That's not viable. So we want to have this. Okay. First thing I'd probably do is remove the 3D nature of combat itself. So you see how we're kind of going down a corridor right now? I'm saying this wrong, but essentially turning it into a fighting game is what I'm talking about. If you don't understand the significance of that, fighting games, the core combat element of a fighting game isn't actually the combos or the moves or the animation canceling or the frame timing or any of that stuff. All that stuff exists in other games. No, the thing that defines a fighting game is you are functionally fighting on a 2D plane. That's the core element of what makes a fighter. You, even if it is a full 3D space, you lock into your enemy. And you see where I'm going with this. So make it so that enemies don't fight in a standard random roaming manner, like a beat-em-up, but instead make it so that they lock into you and you lock into them. I was about to bring it up. They did this briefly in God of War 3 with the Zeus and Kratos fight and a couple other fights throughout the series as well. Oh, I cannot see what I'm doing. Okay. Where am I? Okay. I know what I'm saying is essentially remove positioning from the equation, but they're the ones who decided to make positioning suck. So if you're insistent on making positioning suck, why not lean into that? Why not remove positioning from the equation? You got your roll backwards, you got your roll forwards, you got kind of a dodge roll, left and right, and then you focus entirely on your enemy who's in front of you, who is also focused on you directly. I'd have to really think about it to process that more. But either way, I imagine that I will be extremely unpopular for my opinion that I do have, simply by virtue of the fact that this is an incredibly popular game. So I'm not expecting anybody to be on my side on that
Another
one.
of Cavassier's poems.
Honestly, yeah, von Falkenstein. Like I said, lean into it. I feel like this game doesn't have as much of an identity gameplay, combat-wise, as it probably should. Third person like Ratchet? I mean, I can't picture that. So I'm not sure how that would work. God damn it. Hey, Twister. So, up. Yeah, I need to go this way. Okay. No, I did not, Latario. I'm curious what you mean by original, but that sucks either way. We could make it play like Battletoads. I mean, honestly, as weird as this may sound, I'm in favor of them either making it more Souls-like or more beat-em-up-like. Instead of this. I'm curious, so you said you liked the combat, von Falkenstein. If you were handed the task of refining, polishing, otherwise improving the combat, what direction do you think you'd take it in? Just out of curiosity. You can also say none. That's valid. Either way, thank you very, very much, Eon Dragon. I feel like I'm supposed to give you something on your birthday. Go full Dynasty Warriors. I mean, let's be honest, Kratos would be perfect for a Dynasty Warriors protagonist. I like Hyrule Warriors. That counts.
I think I see something.
Where are you, Atreus?
Could you maybe...
No! Thank you!
Oh, there he is. Dwarves, am I right? And not cool dwarves. Norse dwarves. Ugh, friggin' Earth Elves. I enjoyed Hyrule Warriors 1 for what it was, but I think 2 is when I really started enjoying the games. Especially since 2 actually had a friggin' story. 1 is excuse plot. 2 is... spoilers. Die, birds. Anyways, I should probably go, actually look at that donation that Ian Truck gave. As I'm completely turned around and lost. Jesus Christ. 20 minutes in and I have no idea where I'm going. Bug Fables, Mother 3, and Rain World. It's okay, Ian Dragon. I'm sure I will hate Rain World substantially. It'll be the worst game ever. Back to the tavern. Oh god, where was the tavern? That was this way, I think. Ugh. Here there's another door. This is also why I've given the mini-map a negative, by the way.
Sorry, one more thing. Although, these are gifts I'm giving to you, so I shouldn't be sorry and you should be thankful. Anyways, here. Please be careful.
It's beautiful. Thanks, Sindri.
It is beautiful, isn't it? It's also very useful. You'll be able to find anything your heart desires with it.
Really?
As long as your heart desires the locations your father and you decide and plot to travel together, then yes.
It is a compass.
Ah, but a beautiful compass. Now scamper off.
Thank you, Sindri. Here's the map. Oh, hey, I have a frickin' compass now. Jesus Christ. I was just... Okay.
Come. A boat cannot be far.
Only took us 4 hours to get to the point where we have a freaking mini
Sounded
map.
like Durin was some sort of rebellion leader. Doesn't sound like anyone's following him.
Was being the key word here, little brother.
I saw a dock back there. Maybe there's a boat we can use to get to Durlin's.
I'm curious if I'll like Greenworld, because honestly, my favorite games tend to be niche games, not popular games. So who
There's a
knows?
building just past these rocks behind me. Maybe we should head that way.
Those bloody mining rigs.
What about them?
The Skald is right to blame me for them. They were my idea. If you've got the time, they're in the bay just beyond this tunnel.
Compasses are functionally mini-maps. They serve the exact same purpose. Now, whether they're good or bad, that depends on individual design, but...
I'd particularly appreciate us checking out the mining rigs in the lake to the right. You can see the smokestacks from here.
But if you don't want to explore now, it looks like Durlin's place is through that open gate to the left. So, which way do we go?
God, I can't even imagine...
Prepare more before rescuing Tyr. Up to you.
I can't even imagine playing most games that long. No offense, I know a lot of people who do that. I look at that and I can't fathom it.
Mimir, were you really the one who had those rigs built?
Odin wanted the dwarves under his control, and, well, I convinced him he could buy their allegiance instead of demanding it outright. A trade agreement of sorts.
%100% games all the time, but when I 100% in Final Fantasy X, that was about a 100-hour save, and that's kind of it, right? Like, I guess I'm saying this wrong, because there's games that are naturally replayable or repeatable, like Crusader Kings, or Master of Orion, or Civilization, or Stellaris, or whatever, right? That's easy. It's easy to explain why there's lots of hours in a game like that. MMOs are long-standing content that are designed to take up lots of time. That makes sense. But the idea of playing, for example, Hollow Knight for 100+ hours, I can't fathom that. Maybe it's because my most replayable games are really, really short. So a replay of Mega Man 5 takes an hour.
See the smoke above us? That's where we're headed. Let's see if we can't shut it down.
If I choose to replay Mega Man 2, it's about 30 minutes. You know?
On your right!
So, you know, when you say Rain World and Hollow Knight at that level of time, it just kind of bonkers me a little bit.
If the dwarves didn't like working for Asgard, didn't they just quit?
And do what? Their newly built forges poisoned the soil of Svartalfheim. Unable to grow their own food, they had to buy it from Asgard. If they stopped working, they'd be taking food out of their own mouths.
Oh, that's clever. And awful.
That is an interesting question. I wonder how much time I've spent on games that I speedrun. Although even Super Metroid is an hour-and-a-half game, while we're on the subject.
Watch out!
Whoa, an Yggdrasil seed to Muspelheim. Think it might lead to that combat arena we visited years ago?
What makes you say that?
Wishful thinking, I guess. Going through Surtur's gauntlet, it was fun.
It was training.
You didn't have fun? Well,
Ah.
anyway, we should look for the other half of the seed. Once it's whole again, we can see where it leads.
I believe you, Shadow Machine. I mean, GTA 5 is not exactly a short game to begin with, and speedrunning that is a whole thing. By the way, we're up to like 5 different collectibles so far. We'll see how they do as we go.
Good thing you learned the runes, brother.
This isn't platforming. This is platforming the same way Stray was platforming. It's, oh god, I don't know how to describe it. It's like selecting platforming from a menu. Yeah, it's like opening a door. Exactly. It's not platforming, it's interactables. That's fine, by the way. I'm not dinging the game for that. I'm just saying this isn't what I would normally call platforming. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Random thought before I give up on this completely. Yep, no. Okay, cool.
Great. Now we can make it across.
So what you're saying is you desperately want me to give Rainworld as many negatives as possible. I got your back. Yeah, I saw the chain, but I couldn't do anything with it. Oh, never mind. Now I can do something with it. Gotta unlock it. This really is just a Dark Souls game, isn't it? Or rather, it's what a Dark Souls game would be if it was bad. That's clickbait. I apologize. This actually feels like an inverse of a Dark Souls game. Dark Souls games have really terrible presentation and much better core.
They just keep coming!
It's a bird trap, spawning a little wretches like there's no tomorrow.
Aye, will be so!
Whereas This game has lots of polish and bad core. Thank God for that, Bumble. This time.
Behind you! Incoming! Behind you! Incoming!
The rig's likely chock-a-block with materials that could help us. I'd grab whatever it spits up in the process.
If the dwarves agreed to the deal with Asgard, why do they blame you?
I talked them into their own exploitation.
They made their choice.
Work or die is not a choice. I only made it seem so. What you just picked up there is pure Svartalfheim ore. It won't be of use in the rig anymore, but perhaps our Huldra brothers could craft something from it.
Hey, Forlorn Woodlands. Yeah, no, I mean, other than the fact that this is literally tank controls, I really do feel like a tank, which is funny, because I'm pretty sure in harder difficulties I would feel like a papier-mâché.
Is it always moral to kill something that's trying to kill you?
Yes.
Well, there you have it, lad.
Moral conundrums? Nah.
How did these rigs come to be?
I had them built to harvest ore for armaments. Essentially harnessing resources that would otherwise go to the dwarves.
You think shutting these things down will help the dwarves become independent?
I don't know, but I have to try something.
Yeah, there's an interesting contrast to this. Spider-Man PS4. Much heavier focus on the combat and gameplay side of things.
Taking a break before visiting Durin? Very wise. He can be a lot.
Also, much more embracing of its
Another
beat-em-up
mining rig
roots.
on this island, brother. Smell that smoke?
Why would the dwarves agree to work for the Aesir in the first place?
That's the heart of it, eh?
You lied to them.
I lied to them.
Wow, there's a lot to explore here. Kinda nice to be out of Midgard for a bit, huh?
I don't know, Midgard can be homey. Yeah, I had some issues with Spider-Man PS4 story, but it was still a very good story, regardless of some issues. You know?
Behind you! Watch out!
There actually is a PC port, which we will be playing when we review that. If we ever review that.
Behind you! Look out!
If territory. goes.
Fight you!
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is coming out, what, in a week? October is absolutely stacked this year for game releases. It's a little silly.
To the wall! We gotta knock it down!
Behind you, brother!
I mean, yeah, this whole year has been ridiculous, but October in particular is a little bit silly. Like, God, I don't even remember the full list. We got Mario Wonder, we've got Starfield just came out. There's the new Spider-Man game. City Skylines 2 is coming out. Of course, I can't remember the full list. There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games. There's enough that I have to look at the list in order to remember them all. Oh yeah, Star Trek Infinite.
You okay, Mimir?
To the blacksmiths of Svartalfheim, the creation of a weapon was a sacred thing. But Odin just wanted as many blades as he could get, as fast as he could get them. With every stolen resource and mediocre blade, the dwarves lost a bit of themselves.
Star Trek Infinite is on the list, I do believe. Although you have the power to check that. Resurgence came out a while ago, yeah. Yeah, it's this brand new invention, Rex. Just came up with it last week. Yeah, Resurgence was actually a while ago, which always weirds me out a little bit. Horns of Bloodmead. That doesn't sound like what I would normally consider a good thing. But sure.
Atreus, you are getting better. Faster.
I'd even be better than you one day, huh?
If you are not, I have failed.
I mean, I technically have played the Ys game.
Slag? Give it here.
But functionally, I have
Service.
never played a Ys game. Ouch. First one's free. The next ones
What
are
can I
not.
make for you? By the way, if you're headed to the mining rigs in the bay, could you bring me any slag you find? I could use the material for my crafting.
Looks like it, yeah, Dakota. Oof. Yeah, sure.
Hey, what happened to all the armor we made you already?
I used it.
Well, maybe try to make this one last longer.
I will not.
Ah, okay.
Why are you just standing? Is it because I helped Atreus? Is this meant to scare me? Well, you should know, it's working.
Good.
Huh. That might be my best piece yet today. Be safe!
No, wait. No. Good morning, Korgoth. Alright.
Nothing appeals to you?
Just looking over the options. Thanks, Sindri. Say thank you, Kratos.
Survived because of you.
Ah, you're not wrong there, brother. Odin would have wiped out every last dwarf in Svartalfheim. If he couldn't use their skills, no one could.
Smell the smoke? There's another mining rig here.
You speak of your deeds with shame. Do you regret not allowing Odin to kill them?
I don't... No.
Interesting way to phrase that question.
Bet we could swing across that, lift thing.
Gantry.
Gantry. Thanks.
Not quite right.
Yeah, Odin is just such a slime ball. And played by a great actress, that helps. Like, so far he's in the running for... I really feel like they were trying to surpass Zeus in terms of just being a hate sink. We'll see how that works out. Yeah, I mean, Zeus, we always knew Zeus was terrible because, you know, he was. Odin being terrible. A used car salesman. Now, imagine a used car salesman who is as strong as Superman.
It's gotta be the right spot.
Yes, Korgoth, this is my first time playing. Blind playthrough, all that. No spoilers either.
Those barrels. I smell fuel. Bet a spark from your blades would cause quite a boom.
I'd make another Baldur's Gate joke, but eh. I've also noticed, and I already talked about this, the tone is different. Zeus and Ares and all them were big, larger than life.
I think we could break through the ground here, if you found a high enough place to drop from.
You know, Saturday morning cartoon villains. Not in a bad way. These people feel like... I don't know, more believable? More down to earth? I'm trying to think how to phrase that. I could buy seeing someone like Odin in real life. And that kind of makes him worse. No, I mean, the example I keep mentally returning to is the Southern Drug Lords. Which probably doesn't mean anything to most people, because it's a really specific variety of horrible. Yeah, a little more realistic evil. That's a good way to phrase that. Which may or may not be a good thing. Depends on how you ask that. I mean, assuming we get rid of Odin's tremendous amount of personal power, then yeah, he'd be a crime boss, like Madrazo.
One or two tried. The Einherjar made examples of them.
They killed the dwarves? Couldn't you have convinced them not to?
Aye.
I really hope Egypt is next. I hoped that last time, too. I continue to hope that. We'll see. I doubt it. I was gonna say, just play, God, what's that Xbox exclusive game that's GTA with superpowers and isn't actually as good as it should be? Crackdown! God, Crackdown really should have been a great game. I mean, the premise sounds amazing, right? GTA with superpowers.
Huh. Impressive.
Yeah, hell, even GTA leaned into that with GTA 5 a little bit.
That should help.
Yeah, Saints Row 4, by contrast, absolutely nailed it and was awesome. But then again, I consider Saints Row 4 to be the best of the Saints Row games. So what the hell do I know? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Don't think we can reach it there.
Dubstep gone. Well, you see, Von Falkenstein, Physics looked at Kratos and was like, no, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, that looks right.
There's also the... Oh, God, I forget what it's called, but it's the gun that shoots money, which actually does really good damage. It does cost you money, but, I mean, who cares?
Wasn't so hard.
Where we're going, we don't need money.
Got him!
I think it sucks, Latario, especially since it wasn't their fault at all. Yeah, that game, I've actually looked into the behind the scenes of the recent Saints Row. That game was sabotaged top to bottom in like 5 or 6 different ways.
Get off!
But what do they taste like, Shaludo?
It is done.
If you could call so meager a task done. A wee drop out of the Asgardian occupational bucket.
You must live with your deeds, but do not be troubled by them, brother.
Oh? And why not?
You were given an impossible problem. Do not blame yourself for failing to solve it.
I'm sure the dwarves would feel differently. This doesn't fix things.
No, but it is a start.
Not...
Reminder, brother. That Svartalfheim slag we collected could be of considerable use in the hands of Brock or Sindri.
Not exactly a bad take, honestly. Guilt is its own thing and not always logical or reasonable, but at the same time, sometimes you can't fix things. I shouldn't say sabotage deliberately, because sabotage implies deliberation. Incompetent publishers led to incompetency. And the developers were trying to do the best they could with a constantly shifting schedule and constantly shifting demands. And a publisher that could not make up its damn mind about what it wanted, or when, or how, or why.
Nice.
It was yet another example of a game that is simultaneously rushed and took too long. A weirdly common trend in game design. I like it. Let's try that out. Whether the dialogue is part of that or not is debatable. Honestly, all you have to do is think about it like this. Let's say that you were being told to make an old pulp noir game, right? Okay, cool, that's easy. Well, it's not easy, but it's doable. But then, mid-development, after a lot of lines have been recorded, a lot of things have already been written, and all that fun stuff, now you're being told, hang on, we're going to pivot a little bit. Instead, we want this to be a punk, like a cyberpunk kind of a story. Okay, we can do that. Alright, cool. One more change. Hear me out. rom-com. Now, tell me honestly, Svatoslav, do you think the dialogue of that game is going to pop? Don't mistake me. Saints Row sucks, the recent one. But I really feel badly for those developers. They were handed a very bad hand. And their reward for failing at their impossible task was to be first fired, because they did a massive wave of layoffs, and second, have the entire studio shut down. The people who actually made the decisions in question, of course, suffered no repercussions. See, I see some people in chat aren't really getting the point here. So let me try to make this very clear. If you sat down right now and made a noir cyberpunk rom-com, honestly, you could probably make that work. It would take some massaging and some time, but a talented writer could make that work. But that's not what they were told to do. They were told to make a noir game. And then, after the fact at which they had already started making a noir game, they were told, no, make it a cyberpunk game, not a noir game. And then they were told, no, make it a rom-com, not a cyberpunk game. It's the change of direction midstream. That's a lot harder to deal with.
The air smells a lot cleaner. Must be because we shut down the rig.
And I know you get it. I really need to make that point clear. Because my analogies are terrible. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Like, that just... that sucked. So yeah, the new game sucked. Like, top to bottom.
How many stories have you told about Odin and Thor? And all the bad things they've done? Let's see how many we can remember. Seems like Father could use his memory refreshed.
My memory of them requires no refreshment. They invaded our home.
Yeah, but I'm talking about history. All the other people they've hurt. Let's see. Okay, there was Thalmor, the stonemason.
Aye, he quarreled with his son. Went into the night to find him. Found Thor instead.
And there was Thalmor's son, Hrimthur.
Who built the walls of Asgard. And whispered something of importance to Freya before his betrayal and assassination.
There was Groa, of course.
The knowledge keeper and prophet of Ragnarok. Thor murdered her husband, and Odin covered it up before doing her in himself.
You can't forget Ymir, the first giant.
Odin carved him up to form the realms from his body, and let the torrent of his blood nearly drown every giant alive.
What about the giants of Jotunheim? They all seemed dead when we finally made it there.
That remains a mystery. Though admittedly, it sounds like the Aesir god's dream.
What about Fjorgyn? Thor's mother was a giant, wasn't she?
Indeed she was. The circumstances of her demise were murky at best. But not sure I can blame Odin for that one. He wasn't the same after.
Oh, I know. There was Skavi, the queen of the hunt.
Aye, she spurned Odin's affections, so he tricked her into killing her father.
There was Starkather the Mighty, the Jotnar military leader.
Slandered by Odin, tricked and murdered by Thor.
And there was Thrym the Cunning, the giant king who stole Thor's hammer.
Odin traded him Freya to get it back, then sent Thor in disguise to murder his entire court.
Who else? Ah, Hrungnir the Brawler, the stone giant.
Aye, mocked by Odin, murdered by Thor.
Enough of this.
But there's more.
I do not care. War with Odin is not the answer.
Narrator, war with Odin is the answer. Listen, Korgoth, all I'm saying is that I'm extremely stupid. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, this is... It can't still be here.
What?
There's a key on this island. I need you to find it, brother. An innocent life is at stake.
Behind you!
I mean, in fiction, every now and again, there's... I need to just call it the Hitler protocol. Every now and again, you run into someone who should stop being in the setting. Just They need to not be there anymore.
Where are they coming from?
They're honestly, cancer is probably a better way to phrase that.
They keep coming out of that net.
Some characters are just a cancer on the settings they exist within and need to be removed from it. Carved out of it. And yeah, Odin sounds a lot like one of those. Which is funny because, I mean, it sounds like, yeah, assassinating Odin, just like...
You said an innocent life was at stake. Did Odin trap somebody here?
No, lad. I did.
It sounds like assassinating Odin would be the better answer rather than going to war with all of Aesir, or Asgard, excuse me. Ironically, Sargeras was Magister, and he has been removed from the equation. Oh yeah, Caesar...
Ground looks weak down here, Father.
Excuse me, Kaiser from Fallout New Vegas. Good example.
Back here. Looks like it would freeze.
Yeah, I figured.
Maybe that lift can help us get higher. Might be easier to break that ground from up there.
Yeah, the female changeling, Salome Jens from DS9. That woman, just, the fact that she lived at the end of that war is honestly kind of disgusting. Pixie?
What if we climbed over to the lift?
No, I don't think Pixie really qualifies. Now, the Gray Men. Would you believe I've never really studied Caesar? Come on, game. I'm not sure about that. But, having said that, I'm pretty sure Edward definitely doesn't qualify for the grandioseness he's going for. Okay, that's what I thought. Obviously in God of War there was Zeus. I'm not sure anybody qualifies in Pokemon, to be honest. Pokemon tends to not have cancer characters. Because it's Pokemon. Mass Effect? I mean, whoop, God damn it, wrong button. I'm not sure that there's any big cancers that need to be removed from Mass Effect. Whole lot of little ones, like you know, Jacob's dad, or the Turin who ran that one prison complex, or Kai Lang, or Miranda's father. You know, there's...
Think you could break through the ground from up there?
You know, there's some options there.
Left flank! Behind you! Incoming!
Behind you! Incoming!
I wasn't sure about the elusive man, because he's kind of a weird case. He's one of those, is he a horribly evil person? Yes. Has he improved the setting? That's a little more debatable.
Watch out! Behind you! Look out!
I could see that, Burnout Android.
Amir, is this it? Over here?
That's the key we're looking for. Now we must head to that watchtower on the shore.
You know what? Yeah, Shodan counts.
What are you not saying?
The mining rigs are not the only sin I committed in Svartalfheim.
There we go. Kind of wish I could zoom in, like, I don't know, double or maybe triple of this. But whatever. Getsy's...
Amir, what do you think it means? Seeing more raiders come back as Hellwalkers lately. I thought freeing the Valkyrie Queen was supposed to restore balance to the realms and keep that from happening.
That's a good question, lad. And a troubling one. If Hell's filled up again, it suggests that something's been hindering Sigrun's efforts. Or perhaps something even more urgent is keeping her distracted and unable to visit. Even occasionally.
Yeah. Sorry, Mimir.
Yes, I have played God of War 4. In fact, it almost got qualified for current review status, but it was a little bit before the Oblivion line. Alright, I think I will acquiesce to
You
Getsy's.
hear that?
No.
Thought I heard a voice.
Let's keep going, lad. Just put the key into that lock, brother.
Right. See you around, Magister.
Bloody Frogger holes. We've got to clear out all these undead bastards.
Ow.
It's that! You're on fire, Kratos! It won't last! Won't be getting any more from those Draugr.
Thank you, Pastor Muppets. Yeah, that sounds like that would have been a mean boss. The one we just fought. Mini boss? I don't know. Category of boss?
There. If you could give that drum a good loud strike.
that's the voice I heard.
I'd hoped it would have escaped by now, but we'll need to free it from its restraints.
Sure. The only reason I don't think Kratos could go to hell, is because the Doom series exists. And that's kind of crossing streams a little bit. And the comparisons are going to be inevitable.
What is this?
A Loonbocker. I captured it many years ago.
For Odin.
Yes. I thought it an imaginative and eye-catching way to earn his favor.
It worked?
That it did.
I don't know, you could say Kratos is a chainsaw.
This creature, you enslaved it.
Aye.
But why?
Because I was young and stupid. And I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time, with nothing to occupy your mind but pain. Watch your right!
That is an interesting question, though. You get to pick one mythos for Kratos to go to next. Which one do you want most? There's Chinese, there's Egyptian, there's various African ones, there's Native Americans. I don't think they would do Christian. I think they would recognize how extremely stupid of a move that would be. There's Aztec. Yeah, having Kratos go after Christian would just be poking the hornet's nest in a big way. And I don't mean in the like when we think of people who are, you know, we think of morons. You have to understand that the Christian lobbying bloc and the political and economic power that that organization has is gigantic. That would be a very legitimately stupid move of theirs. So, no. Exactly. It's the exact same reason we shouldn't use Muslimism either. Modern religions that are actively practiced, especially big ones, hands off. You want to go into Zoroastrianism? Nobody cares. Yeah, Jewish. Another one you don't touch. What obvious thing am I missing here? It's always something obvious, every single time. I mean, you know my pick. I'd love to hit Egyptian, but I also have to admit I am very biased towards that, specifically because of the fact that I've played Age of Mythology, which was awesome. Plug, by the way. Age of Mythology is awesome. Ah, there it is. It's always something obvious.
Right. You chained the fins too. If you could... Easy. Easy.
That's because the first expansion...
But we're going to free it.
But it will always be chained. You know that as well as I.
Now for the other thing. There may be a way to reach it behind that collapsed debris.
I mean, the second expansion was even worse, Darker.
Right side, incoming! You're angry with me, aren't you, brother?
I remember the feeling of a yoke around my neck. I would not wish it upon another.
On the plus side, that could mean more freedom for the writers, Jaluto, to do whatever they wanted to with Celtic. Celtic inspired instead of, you know, more literal.
Anything illuminating?
I mean, it's not like, you know, they haven't already been doing that, right? Chernobog. That'd be interesting. Hey, Valerian, did I say hi?
More inspiring lyricism from the mind of Kvasir.
Oh, God. Don't joke about that. With how Disney's going lately, Disney might end up owning Sony. And then being like, yeah, go ahead and do a Kingdom Hearts God of War crossover. I mean, we already had PlayStation All-Stars. We don't need more of that.
To the left! Right side, brother!
Why enslave the creature?
Its fat was a good source of oil. For Odin's lanterns.
Oil. For lanterns.
Whatever anger you're feeling, whatever loathing toward me, it's nothing to what I've said to myself.
I mean, Bloodborne, Lothario. Unless you mean a God of War game focused on that, in which case, I don't think that would fit, to be honest. First of all, God of War games, as absolutely bizarre as this sound, are always designed to be somewhat uplifting. You know, you can fight against fate, you can change things, you can make things better. Lovecraftianism, by its very nature, tends to be the opposite of that. So, tonally, it wouldn't fit.
Defend, if you could.
I know.
Just the tail left now.
Look out! Red's neck!
Like, Kratos' whole thing is that he can walk up and kill gods, right? So, one of the whole points of Lovecraftian and stuff is that they are so far beyond us that you can't kill them.
Nest was hiding some sort of device.
So, we have a bit of a problem here. I actually don't know much about Buddhism other than the fact that Buddhism is like Christianity and that there's not one religion but like 15. So I don't know, would be my honest answer there. Kratos fights the founders.
There's a dock down there, but it looks like it's blocked. Maybe that dock can lead us to the tail. Let's get back to the boat.
Hey look, a one-way door for absolutely no reason. Really is Dark Souls.
You never spoke of this creature.
Does that surprise you? That an old man would be ashamed of the mistakes he's made?
No.
I'm actually not familiar with that one, Latario, so...
I'd hoped the creature would be long expired by now. But apparently the Aesir couldn't even be bothered to mercy kill it once it was no longer useful.
We could kill it.
No. Not when we can save it.
Yeah, Kratos just walks up and stabs Confucius. Confucius is very confused. No, we make a joke of it, right? Oh, no, what's, I can't think of his name. What's the alien prophet guy from, that fake Hollywood religion I can't think of the name of? Scientology. Imagine, like, in the next game, they wouldn't do this because there's, again, legal threat for this. But imagine in the next game, it's not Scientology, it's like some other completely unrelated mythos. But then Xenu just shows up and is like, behold, I will use my great power. And in the middle of his speech, Kratos just walks through him, does one casual slice, slicing him in half, and then keeps going without comment.
You would still save this broken creature.
I know what it is to be imprisoned like this. I can't just leave it.
And if it is beyond saving,
I don't understand.
let us continue.
I mean, Kratos is functionally just a really high-level adventurer, so yeah, I could see him going up against the deities of Forgotten Realms. They wouldn't, because, you know, what status quo was God in Forgotten Realms. But I'd be cool with that. I mean, they even got lesser deities and greater deities, just like most of these games do. I mean, Hermes isn't much, right? But we still kill him. Same thing with Bane, right? Like, hi, Bane. He just... Yep, okay. And you'd think, oh, Lolth must be one of the really high-tier ones, right? Not really. She's popular, not high-tier. No. Someone high-tier would be something more along the lines of... honestly, Mistra.
It's down!
Or Jurgle. Honestly, I don't disagree with that, Latario.
You gotta knock it down!
not for 5 seconds? Quit it! Debatable, Lothario. Writers tend to change their mind, so whether Jurgle actually lost his power, temporarily lost his power, or didn't lose his power at all are all three different interpretations. AO is the most powerful thing we know of in Forgotten Realms, yes. And Asmodeus is probably in the number 2 slot, if we're being honest with ourselves. Who, Lothario? Do you like really, really good stories?
Trained as well.
Type 3B? If you do, this might be your bag.
Take us where we need to go. There, you're free.
In a bay that barely fits you. Where's he gonna go exactly?
What's going on? Maybe it needs a little encouragement. Can you get me closer to its eye for a face-to-face, brother?
Sure. Probably Lothario, but that's the joke. Everybody's heard of Lolth. Most people haven't heard of the other 50 deities that exist within Forgotten Realms. And honestly, the only reason everyone's heard of Lolth is because of Drizzt. I like how I had to get away from that. Why is Lolth popular? Because of Drizzt. Lolth is usually in direct opposition to Drizzt. Drizzt is also Lolth's chosen, which is actually very in character.
Yeah, I don't think we can do anything with that yet.
Cool. Well, thank you for telling me that. So, yeah, the bottom line here is that Lolth is popular for the same reason. Of course, I can't think of a good example off the top of my head. She gets a lot of screen time, so she became popular, so she gets more screen time. It's snowballing.
They're mistakes, Mimir. But it's Odin's fault.
That's not an excuse, little one. But thank you for saying it.
How? Yeah, actually, yeah, it's the Ultramarines from Warhammer 40k problem. They were in some stories, so they got popular, so they became in more stories, so they got more popular. It's the reason why making an Iron Man movie was considered a gigantic risk back in the day. It's because who the hell knew about Iron Man before the MCU came along?
Do you ever wonder if you're doing the right thing?
No.
Okay.
And yeah, Menzo Baranzan, another good example. Where do you want me, game? Iron Man was considered a C-list nobody hero at best until the Iron Man movie came out, Litario.
Go on, you great blubbering beast. Shoo! It's not moving. Why is it not moving?
It has grown accustomed to its chains.
But... No. No, we can fix this. We just need to chase it off and scare it. Something.
There is no making things right. Only better than they were.
It likes the wind blowing on its face. I can feel it.
May provide some comfort.
That's not enough.
It seldom is.
And then Dr. Wily shows up. Oh, God! Crap! Run! Run! Thank you, Lucas Slaughter. Always, always appreciate. Thank you. And that's going towards the trio of Trailses. Yes, I did. You put it towards Terran Gambit, Resurgence, and Starfield. Alright.
Not all dwarves can do that thing Brock and Sindri do, right? Where they just walk between realms and turn up somewhere else?
Indeed, that's a rare skill. I gather one carefully cultivated by some secretive dwarven guild or other. Probably for the best. Them alone doing it is disconcerting enough.
I mean, it's probably the most fleshed out, Ross, because it's the Federation. Whether it should be or not.
We going to Durlin's? Hope he'll be happy we fixed those rakes.
I do like conquering. It's one of my favorite things to do.
This is the safety office?
Well, the sign a hair's breadth away from a head injury up there certainly gives that impression.
Nice place. Retirement, Lotario.
We're looking for Durin?
You have an appointment?
Yes.
No? Has anyone ever had an appointment here?
Here to collect on something, pal? Think parading a severed head around on your hip is gonna scare me into somehow approving Estrid's accretion proposal, eh?
We are looking for a prisoner of Odin's.
He's being kept in a mine somewhere. Some friends of ours said that you could help.
Where did you get... You chop her head off with that too, eh?
She was my wife.
Dina and I wondered where she went after our little coup here failed.
Failed?
Yeah, come. Failed.
Faye is dead.
Rest of them are. Ones left alive have to pay the price. I'm afraid I can't help you with your little prisoner situation.
But he could have answers on how to stop Odin. And free Svartalfheim from the Aesir.
Now, I'm not in the business of crossing the old father anymore. Wait, before you go.
Rose?
Take this.
What is it?
A fine. Hygiene code violation for improper transport of a rotting head. 2 demerits for speaking the All-Father's given name, and, yeah, for fucking up my desk!
A fine?
Pay it at your leisure, okay? Get out of my office.
Hey there.
So what about get out of my office? Don't you understand?
You said her name was Diener? Oh, sure. Thank you. I think. Hey, this isn't a fine.
Not now. There are enemies ahead.
Yeah, duh. Of course it's not a fine. God damn it, Atreus. I know. He's only 14.
Hoisting it back! Right side!
Right side!
That's true.
Behind you! Left flank, poison! Behind you, watch out! That's showing him.
Okay, as I was saying, I think Durin wrote down directions.
The dwarf has given us a map.
Sort of. You smelled him? But it seems to lead to a mine beyond that mountain.
Ah.
Tyr! Durin helped us anyway.
Not everyone uses axes and arrows to fight.
Some people use playing cards. I tried Pika and failed at that task, so I gave up. I couldn't find it. And no, the moment you said that, Paranoid, my first thought was, that's the power of the Keyblade! Shotguns work pretty well. Especially when they play Doom music when you shoot them. That was the best thing in the entirety of Borderlands 3, was the Doom shotgun. Which, spoilers, plays Doom music when you shoot it. But yeah, it does make a weird amount of sense that Kratos is literally weaker here than he normally would be. Because this is not his home plane. That's a pretty normal thing in a lot of fiction. You're stronger in your home plane. Oh, there's a thought. Let's go back to Greece. No, let's not do that.
Looks like it can take us up the mountain. Maybe we'll be able to see a mine up there.
Ah, nothing quite like a dwarven train ride.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea, Act. Oh, I like that. He goes back to, Greece, and he finds Rome.
We can take that train up the mountain when you're ready, brother.
Think about it. Think about the potential there. We can even lean into that a little bit. Maybe get into some artificially crafted deities. Maybe Mars is a freaking construct. Maybe Athena tried to, guide humanity back to her and ended up accidentally gifting them the power to ascend. And that's what the Roman pantheon is, based on the Greek pantheon. And so Athena's like, oh god, you gotta help me put this to right. But it's actually better.
Heimdall. There's a name I don't miss hearing.
No one said it until you did, just now.
Durlin. He didn't need to say it, brother. It was written all over his face. Well, burned, I should say. Into his head.
He burned that into Durlin's head?
Failed rebellions tend to warrant swift and enduring retribution.
He is a captain of Odin.
Aye, and the bearer of Galahorn. True believer, that one. There are few things so dangerous in a man as lack of doubt.
Seems like we're here. Come on. This way. I can see another train. Let's look for a way to get over there.
There's actually a small laundry list of deities who might have survived God of War 3.
You know,
I say might because the big distinction is they weren't killed on camera, so who knows?
finding Tyr's our best protection. Seemed like Odin really didn't want us to find it. Once Tyr's free and can be God of War again, Odin won't have time to worry about us.
If that is his war to fight, he may have it. A bomb.
Deactivated, but yes. Likely one belonging to Barry, the dwarf, builder of the Great Hall, Lure.
I don't actually remember what happened to Thanatos. Was he a boss fight? Was he a boss fight? Like, I remember him being in that game. Whichever PSP game that was. I actually have really minor memories of the PSP games. They didn't really stick out for me.
I think I see something. Whoa! Is that a Trekkie? What happened here?
Use caution.
I think it's dead. Yep, definitely dead. Hey, I wonder if...
Atreus!
Cool.
Tail! Watch out!
That one was tough.
Stay on your guard. There could be others around.
Think that Trekkie is what killed the first one we found?
If so, it was their aggression that got them both killed.
Oh god, Kratos versus Florida Man. Florida Man would win because Kratos would just bow out of the fight, refusing to interact with someone like that.
Down there, I can see a mine. That has to be what Durin was talking about.
Tracks up on the left there. Might be another train we can take.
Father, what if a war with Odin isn't just Tyr's to fight? What if it's ours too?
War is not the only way.
We're
War
gods.
has changed.
Better gods. We're trying to stop Ragnarok, to help people. And what if the only way to do that is war?
Atreus.
Listen, war's bad, okay? Now let's go to war!
Forge ahead. Unintended, I imagine.
Fine, fine. War. War never changes. Is that better, Narsid? Oh, yeah, absolutely, Korgoth. I have just guaranteed I'm going to have an extremely swift death. My last feeling, as he completely severs my atoms from the other atoms in my body, is sweet relief at the release of death. Then I show up in Hades, or Hell, and it's like, oh, right, I'm in Greece. God damn it! Now I gotta be turbo dead. How do I get turbo dead? From Florida Act? No. But I do know one person who lives there. By choice, actually. Which is arguably worse. And by arguably, I mean unarguably. It's just worse. Nah, one of the retirement community areas. God damn it, no, I can't survive, Bragwin.
Directions keep coming from that pillar. Looks like a net.
Yeah, that sounds like a Greek story. Alright. I'm the main villain of your story. What's my goal? To die.
Looks like we have to get this one back on the track.
And yes, I realize I'm just talking about Cyborg from Superman.
Wow, this thing is small. Okay, we need to go left. Wait, I meant my left.
Thanks. Thanks for that, Atreus.
Hopefully that's it.
You literally gestured the wrong direction.
Hopefully that's it. We're so close. Just a little to the left. Yeah, that's it. Round 2. Here we go.
Hang on, real quick. Anything over here? Nope. Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Listen, looking down is for other people.
Kraken hatchling.
God.
Kraken. Oh, Diener. Yeah, covered in algae. I was thinking we could show it to Brock and Sindri when we got back. Here. Okay, so, we came here looking for Tyr because we don't trust Odin, right? If you think about it, war could... Uh-oh.
Lead to our deaths.
On your left! Right!
a lever of some sort.
Found it! The brake's stuck!
Keep trying, little brother.
This isn't even an elevator fight, it's a QTE.
I think it's about to...
No!
Language, Atreus.
Get up!
Father! A troll?
Well, thank God for that.
I can't believe he's... Are you serious?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we had enough of the troll fights last time, you know? I'm good with just cutscening that one out.
That was crazy. All of it.
You said it, little brother.
No, that was pretty normal. You know what? They probably did, Dante Bronson.
Look out!
Yeah. Ah, the sweet scent of troll. Mead and elk carcass fermented in the same barrel in the steamiest of Svartalfheim's swamps. At the very least, they're easy to avoid given their spore and disregard for the art of stealth. I was gonna say, that doesn't sound like Kratos' voice.
Find you, watch out! Incoming! Above you!
This place is incredible.
The whetstone of the Night Ripper. When resisting an occupation, sometimes the most obvious methods are the best.
It is old. No longer of use.
But enough about you. I'm talking about the whetstone. So, quite the mouth you had on the train, lad.
It's just a word. I've heard way worse from
The word does not matter. You lost control.
We were falling through the air. I thought we were gonna die.
Is that what you truly wish your last word to be?
No.
In moments of crisis, panic does nothing. Harness it. Let it serve you.
Wonder if we, like, were somehow able to map people's last words. How many people's last words would be something to that effect? Oh, crap! Ugh.
Junk. On the ground. Tracks. These must lead into the mine. We'll need to get past this cargo.
Or how about, you don't have the guts? Or, I didn't realize she was your sister.
Looks like the water powers the crane that's keeping the cargo up.
Brother, think freezing it could stop the water?
No, I don't. Which one, Dr. Winter? Unless you mean infinite, in which case... You're funny. Like, I have time for something like that.
Hey, looks like you stopped the water flow in that trough. That's it. Let's head across.
Like, I didn't have time for breakfast this morning,
Bet
Dr.
there's a
Winter.
couple more near here. Let's find them, yeah?
That's why my sister and brother-in-law both bothered to come down and say, hey, there's donuts up here. Speaking of which... Didn't they mention they patched in an option to tell them to not, like, give you answers too quickly? I feel like I read about that. Well, unfortunately, like I said, I do not have time that does not involve my job, my family, or my friends. Which I suppose sounds like a lot, but the point is that's all very regimentally scheduled. Favorite type of donuts? Really fancy ones, right? Like ones with candy and chunks of, like, I don't know, gummies in them. Good filling, you know? Having said that, I also appreciate a classic glazed, but it has to be very, very specific. Like, you have to design a glazed, and it has to be very warm and very soft, and it's way too easy to over-sugar it. I'll be right back. Blueberry. I actually had to let the dog out, was the real reason I went up. So I'm the only one here right now. Come on, yeah.
I might be able to get up there if you help me. Great. I'll head across for a better look. Father, there's a gate up here heading towards the entrance to the mine. If you can get up here, I'll need your help lifting it.
If.
He really likes that word. Good afternoon, Not Zero. Did I already say that? Good afternoon, anyways. I'll say it one more time. Good afternoon, Not Zero. Last time I was on vacation? Do you mean define vacation as a period of time of not working? Or do you define vacation as a time when I'm trying to relax and feel better?
Oh, come on. You can jump that. Your knees aren't that bad.
Atreus.
Might you be able to freeze it?
I hope you can make that jump.
They're extraordinarily not, Ross.
It's another one of those wooden troughs. I wonder how the dwarves thought of stuff like this.
Aye. Might be the great motivator of convenience. Why do the work when you can get the wet stuff to do it for you?
Sure hope Tyr's here.
Atreus, we seek information.
I know. Stop acting like I'm trying to start a war.
Yet you do not say otherwise.
Brothers, maybe we can lay this to rest a bit, eh?
Okay, that's weird. Whatever. Okay. I guess we have to do that then. Excuse me. I mean, if you define the last time I didn't work, that would be last night while I was sleeping. If you define, if you'd say, oh, it's pulling it technically, okay. But at that point, then we have the last time I wasn't getting work done, which was extremely damaging
On your side. I will lift on mine.
to both me and to my show.
Heavier than I thought.
It was June of this
Thanks.
year.
Let's keep moving.
I wouldn't call that a vacation. That was kind of the opposite of
Like you
vacation.
found Durin's mine entrance.
Got something else for you.
Sindri!
What is it?
Since you're currently lacking a light source, sorry, and have no way of seeing exactly what untold horrors lurk in the dark, these will help. Okay, back to your exploring now. Off with you.
Thanks, Sindri. Hey, wait. What do you mean by untold horrors? Look out!
Behind you! Incoming!
I mean, when you can teleport, why not, right? Yes, Blue Fusion Bolt. Teleportation is another one of those extremely overpowered abilities. Although the specific details of how it works do matter quite a bit.
That was close.
So in the old EU, do I think force bonds are forged between people before or after real bonds? Yes. No, Ross. Every party member in Chrono Trigger actually has a default start level, which you have no power over whatsoever. It's not like FF6 where every party member has an average party level with a variable attached to it, like average plus 3 or average plus 6. In CT, Luca will always join your level at level X, Marl will always join at level Y. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but they will always join your party at that exact level. I mean, lightning powers are cool, but I'll take teleportation powers. You know why? Being cool is cool. Having something I could use on a daily basis is extremely useful. Like, during my lunch break today, I could go visit, like, a family member in another country. And just be like, hey, what's up? And just, you know, cook lunch with and for them. And then, you know, sit and chat and hang out with them for a bit. And then back here for streaming. No, yes means both, Latario. Depends on the circumstance. Yeah, being able to just go grocery shopping, that's another one. It's like, you know, I need to get some groceries. Just remove the hour.
This is it. This is the mine.
Or so from grocery shopping. Pare it down to like 10 minutes.
However, we're ill-equipped to do anything with it right now.
Teleportation is unique in that it's simultaneously useful for mundane everyday purposes, and also makes it one of the best combat abilities you could possibly have. First of all, it's hard to fight someone who can teleport if they don't want to fight you. Second of all,
Well, looks like the official entrance to the mine is blocked. But there's gotta be another way.
gee, I wonder if it could be this thing you're standing right next to. Jesus Christ,
Maybe
game.
this cave will get us in.
Oh my god, that was 3 seconds! Actually, that was less than 3 seconds. Yeah, imagine working in San Francisco and going home to New Orleans every night without issue. But yeah, so think about... I mean, have you seen First Class? X-Men First Class? Alright, so you're trying to fight me. Cool, cool. Can you fly? No. Okay, then I grab you, teleport 5 miles in the air, and then let go. And then teleport right back. Like, you'd kind of be the ultimate assassin. I guess that's tutorialization. Very bad tutorialization. Like, what's really irritating is this kind of mechanic is actually usually a good thing. Having something in the game to give the player a nudge if they're having issues is good. However, there are 2 caveats on that. First, a lot of games make that a freaking option. Like, you go and you pull up a menu or you hit a button and it's like, help? You know, the same idea of what Navi was supposed to be all the way back in Ocarina of Time, for example. Or, you make it so they don't say something 3 seconds after the puzzle shows up. You let them wait for a bit. But guys.
This way.
I know they're really worried about Kratos.
Come on.
Because he's taking a lot of blows to the head. But come on. Work with me here.
You guys again?
Can I help you?
Where are they all coming from? I think I can hear the water too.
Slow down, Atreus. Take care. Be ready.
But yeah, obviously I would not want to use teleportation powers to kill people. My point is, even in a world where other supers exist, I'd be fine.
Stay close!
That being said, you know how you kill someone who has teleportation powers? Kill them while they're sleeping. Same way you kill someone with super speed. Figure out where they live, send a sniper. Now, if you have precognition and teleportation, well, that's interesting at that point. That's gonna take someone very dedicated to bring you down.
Behind you, brother!
Well, we've only killed a few, but probably Trihexia. That does seem to track for how Zeus was building his pantheon.
That'll take care of the rest of these things.
Like, Zeus wanted to be an integral part of his setting.
That's all of them.
I'm not sure if Odin
The
does.
smell these things leave behind is so gross.
A small consequence for disturbing their home.
Let's keep moving.
I'm familiar with mutants and masterminds. I've never heard of the armchair psychic.
I'm sorry. I know you said not to, but I can't stop thinking about this. We spend all of our time fighting bad stuff. And I don't get why we can't do that alongside Tyr.
We do not know him.
We saw his shrines. He's a leader. He stood up to Odin when no one else would. If he's done it before, why wouldn't he do it again?
Images from long ago do not tell a whole story.
It's true.
There's the
Also,
door.
Disney ride.
Once we get off this, let's check there for Tyr. He's gotta be close.
Thank you for checking, Dante Bronson. That's unfortunate. That means that is a negative, then.
Can't help but feel like you're angry with me or something. Ever since we got to Svartalfheim, you've been critical of my every move. If you don't think I can lead us, just say so.
It is not your competence that is in question.
Okay? But what does that mean?
Consider your intent.
The apple
Place is
core?
huge. Must have taken ages to build. Another door. We'll have to check that one too.
Durin's instructions do not say which one.
Nope, we're on our own here. Your question from before, about my intent. I intend to help the god of war stop Odin. And that means freeing him from whatever prison he's in right now.
Brace yourselves, friends,
Sindri?
and be careful exiting that thing. One foot at a time. There are loose, rusty nails everywhere.
Thanks,
Have you
Sindri.
seen any signs of Tyr?
As if I would navigate this maze of running sewage. No, I'm sure you'll manage that on your own.
I don't know. The water looks pretty clear here.
Keyword, looks. Whatever you need. fire's actually a disinfectant, so these are very hygienic. Till we meet again!
Thanks, Sindri. Yeah, no kidding, Eon Dragon. It reminds me of the fact that, you know, Professor Xavier could kill every human being on the planet if he wanted to, in most continuities.
Look, there's a door just across the gap. Tyr could be right there.
Whoever wrote this certainly had an eye for detail.
At least a little bit, Triaxia. Home plane and all that.
The water flow's blocked.
Yeah, I caught that, thanks.
The Alpha!
Sounds like you got the water moving along, brother. What next?
That's actually a good
There
question.
should be a way to turn the wheel, no?
I'm actually not sure what to do here. I guess we'll just do the obvious. See what happens. Nope. Didn't think so. Most stuff is usually indicated. Guess we do this.
Ah, not quite right.
That worked. Let's get to the door. Come on.
I mean, it's a fun rule set, Eon Dragon.
Well, I certainly don't think this is where Tyr currently is.
He's got to be here somewhere. This mine is huge.
Atreus, what do you intend to stop Odin from doing? You speak as if you know his plan.
I don't know his plan. That's why we're...
Brothers, with Fimbulwinter underway and Ragnarok around the corner, Odin will be desperate. Whatever he's planning to do surely won't be to the benefit of anyone but himself.
Exactly.
Gee, being desperate to get the love and of respect and approval of your father. I can't possibly imagine what that's like, Triaxia.
Across the way, there's another door. Maybe that's the one.
Learn anything?
Huh. Glad we explored.
I've been thinking about his quote earlier about how if he tells you the snow is white, he's lying. I get the venom behind it, but there's a kernel of truth behind that, because I usually have a different word for that. I call it deception. You know, if I tell you the truth for my own deceptive purposes, then I may not be lying, but I am deceiving you. But most people don't use that terminology. They just call it lying. Ergo, the idea being that Odin is someone who would lie even if he's telling the truth. I don't know, but that line really stuck with me.
How many doors are there down here?
Not to be discouraging, but it is a mine after all.
Namir, that is discouraging. Did you see that over there? There's a broken door up to the left behind this crane. Maybe Tyr tried to escape. We should look.
Funny you say that, Ian Dragon. I've been building my Mega Man rule set a bit in the background as my go-to-sleep thing. Short. I feel you. Zootopia sounds like a fun one to do, though.
That should keep the lift fully powered up. We're almost there.
Exalted.
Wait, where are you going?
We will return.
There's another door! Let's beat these guys and check there!
Above you! Watch out!
Behind! On your right!
The problem isn't in deciding the different classes of species. I think that would be easy, Young Dragon. The problem will be coming up with the challenges that need to vary up what kind of species you bring to a specific thing, right?
Above you, father! Above you! Look out!
Right flank!
Right side! He's coming!
Last one!
I don't actually know what that is, Latario, so I have no idea.
The door now, shall we?
Oh, well, the first thing that would happen was I would get a strike against my channel. How big of a strike would depend on exactly how much whoever owns that, whatever company owns that, decides to go after me for. I would lose the ability to make money off of subscriptions, bits, and the super chats and all that fun stuff. And I would be in bad standing for, I think, like 3 months, something like that. And if I had any other infringements, then that would get worse immediately.
A statue. Made for the Aesir.
Indeed. And then stolen by Ulfjolf the thief.
Maybe make inclinations a thing, Eon Dragon. As a predator, you're automatically inclined towards a certain mindset towards both predators and prey animals. Correct, Latario. It would probably severely hinder my ability to do my job at all. And by probably, I mean definitely. In short, if you ever see me stream any pay-per-view thing, it's probably because I've decided to kill my channel. So now that those are going.
Outstanding! That overflowing water is powering the crane. Clever.
Lemire, please stop licking my boots.
We'll
I'm
be
not
up there
Odin.
in no time.
One thing that I've toyed with an idea of for a while, there's a setting I built called Elemente, which I'm not going to bore you with, but the idea is that everybody in that setting has been born with an innate amount of elemental energy in them, which affects their personality. Now, that's cool for storytelling purposes, but from a P&P perspective, that means that players obviously don't have to play their element, for lack of a better way to put that.
That's it. Come on. Let's take that lift up. Tyr can't be far.
So I was coming up with a system to reward players for actually playing their element. Now, I'll be honest,
Okay, new exercise.
I
Let's think about how Tyr's probably
never finished making that rule set, so I'm not sure what benefit there is for that. The obvious thing is inspiration, which was a great idea from 5th edition, which I absolutely think is a great thing to carry forward. But as Takoida says, regenerating willpower in storyteller is another example, that kind of thing.
locked up in this mine. If I were imprisoned by Odin and finally freed, Odin would obviously be at the top of my list. But I would just want to fight something. Anything. Even if it was just to know I still could.
In other words, we're going to have a boss battle with Tyr up ahead here.
Tyr? Whoa, what happened here? Right side! Farther! Down!
You know, I think Atreus thinks about his actions a lot more than Kratos ever did, Treyarch.
They certainly weren't Tyr. Best look around.
Is that a relic? Huh.
That's why. more times. I wouldn't call it a minigame, Warpcore. It's supposed to be a talent tree. It's kind of not, though. It reminds me of the Division 2's talent trees. They look like they're talent trees. They're not. They're gated and guided to the point where you're pretty much always going to get a certain amount of things at certain levels. So it's more like unlocks.
I feel a breeze. We might be able to get out of here this way.
No, that's fine. It's just, it's whatever, right?
Another empty vault.
Little brother, perhaps it's time
No,
we...
don't even say it. We're gonna find him.
We've only checked 3 of these places.
Look, another door on the other side of the cavern. Let's go.
4. Either way, not that many. Listen, we all know I love giving negatives to games that people love. It's actually, see, I'm a positivity vampire. So I need to give negatives to things that people love in order to keep surviving. It's my food, essentially.
Wait, is that the same war we've seen before? That worked.
I do believe we're above where we got off the boat by Sindri. This mine is one enormous spiral.
No, Contrarian's just an asshole. Me, I need to be Contrarian. It is my fuel, my food!
What happened? Why didn't that work?
The chain is blocked.
Should be clear now. Ready when you are. One more door. That one has to be it.
We will see.
Seems like we'll have to get to it first.
It's ridiculous, isn't it, Young Dragon? It's honestly probably a triple negative problem. Like, the game really does not trust me to look at a puzzle for longer than 3 seconds. What's funny is it's inconsistent too. It doesn't always do it. It's just every now and again, or rather, I'd say about half the time, it's like, hey, there's this thing down there that you should interact with. And I'm like, I'm actively aiming for it, game. Right now. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, I get that they wanted kind of a... Oh, there's a term for that. It's when they don't want too long a stretches of silence in the work. It's actually semi-common, especially in movies. Which is funny, because now we have a nice long silence sequence. Barely tell what's going on over there, but let's do one right about there. Actually, yeah. Like the freaking pawn chatter thing in Dragon's Dogma. Just dealt with. Go figure. Are you not going to let me... Really? You're not going to let me get... Okay.
Let's keep looking around. There's gotta be something else.
Climb across. Look for another way.
I think I see a crank over here.
No, exactly, Young Dragon. Like I said earlier.
Another mental exercise. Would one who spends their life fighting, such as Tyr, have any desire to prove themselves? The proof means a wake of destruction.
But if the wake of destruction is a bunch of bad guys, why does that matter? You're strong, and you did the right thing.
War does not measure the strength of a man. I hope one day you understand.
Okay, it looks like this machine is dropping ore into the water trough. It's gotta be it. We're almost there. Maybe there's a way to get the platform moving again. Hey, we did it! I'll meet you at the door.
That's a good example of the frequency thing, honestly. I was just looking around to make sure there was no extra treasure or loot or whatever. And he's like, hey, here's the answer to the puzzle you're not even looking at. Thanks, Atreus. Appreciate you. And the best part is, it's completely in character for a teenager.
Check out that last door, right?
So I can't give any negatives to it because it's in character. I believe that's the usual argument.
I'll tell the ground to be still. This looks familiar. We're back in the spiral section of the mine.
Always unlock those shortcuts first. Or Ocarina of Time, Pastor of Muppets, which came out a while ago. What was that, 98? 97?
Damn it!
Did you hear that, brothers? I don't think we're alone.
Ears open. Eyes up.
Why is everything so short in this mine? Actually, yeah.
Do my words irritate you?
It's fine. I get it.
Brothers! Wait, is that light up ahead there?
Hey, this might be it. That door's barred. They must be trying to keep something in.
You don't lock a door like that to secure the spare bedclothes.
I see what we must do.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Hi. Okay.
Right side! Incoming! Behind you! Watch out! Clearly they don't want us in there. This has to be it.
Back to it then.
Whichever one lets me die the quickest, Colin Peluso. So probably before there was a planet Earth. So I just, instantly die in space.
Tyr!
What trickery is this, Odin? What game do you play with me now?
We're not with Odin. We're the good guys.
This is the god of war.
Those blades. I know you. God killer. Have you come for me now?
Only to free you.
Stay away. Brother, let me try. Tyr. Look, you know me, don't you?
You killed Mimir!
No.
Yeah, we brought him right back.
You stay away from me, you monsters!
Stop! We need him!
Wait!
I mean, we did kill Mimir, it's just, it was kind of by his request and at his direction.
Left side, brother!
What, the non-parry shield? I guess. I kind of like the parry shield. But...
I hear them.
We're trying to help you.
I don't know if we can restore Mimir. You'd think we would want to, if it was on the table.
Atreus!
This way! Cut him off!
I'm about to get knocked around a bunch, aren't I?
Look, not my fault.
On your left! Right flank!
Interesting.
Right flank! That's the last of them. Let's find your son.
As I say, surely we could get like a golem body from Mimir or something like that. Maybe killing Odin will free him? It's usually how that kind of thing works.
Dear, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Take a breath. We're here to help.
Yeah, that looks like a weapon we don't have yet.
Just leave me alone.
Tyr, listen, I swear we're not here to hurt you. We're just trying to get
Get
you
away
out.
from me,
Take you
please.
somewhere safe,
I
away
beg
from
you.
Odin.
Show mercy.
This is my father. We help people.
I don't belong out here, please. It's worse when he's angry.
Father!
Are you not a soldier? Are you not a leader of men? Master yourself! My son brought us to this place. For you! Look at him!
You. Why? You don't know me.
I know what you stood for. You helped the giants. We're returning the favor.
We?
We are leaving. Are you coming with us?
Here. Your statue in the lake. You had a spear. I thought you needed a weapon.
Walking stick? No. A kind thought, but no. Thank you, no.
But... Okay.
I ran because I don't always know what's real. Sometimes there's
There's no shame in that, brother. We live in strange times.
Everyone hears him talk.
We must return home.
Can you feel that? A wind. Blowing from over here. Maybe there's an exit nearby.
Are there names by which I should call you?
I'm Atreus. You already know Mimir. And that's my father, Kratos.
How does the son of a Spartan come to speak for the Jotnar?
My mother was the last giant in Midgard. Laufey?
Laufey. I remember that name.
She tried to help people too. She's in the light of Alfheim now.
You have my sympathies.
Are you okay?
These are just much stronger when you're not sitting down. Please, let me get that. It's the least I can do.
Whoa.
Atreus, you've seen your father do way bigger feats than that.
Why risk Odin's wrath to free me?
Well, Ragnarok is coming. I hope you knew that. We thought you'd want to help.
You freed me only to start a war?
No!
So, Tyr, it's good to see you in the flesh again.
Mimir, what's become of you?
Following in your footsteps. Betrayal, indefinite imprisonment, execrable torture at the hands of the Old Father.
You didn't deserve such treatment.
Did you? I will say, my view was a touch better than yours.
We found him at the top of a mountain with tree roots wrapped all around him. The only way to free him was to... well, that.
Highly pleasant, for all parties involved.
You okay?
The light. It's been so long.
There's an outcropping just ahead. The shade will make it easier on your eyes. Come on.
You said Ragnarok is coming. Which means Baldur.
Baldur is dead.
Odin sent him to track down a giant in Midgard, and then he found Kratos. Anyway, I'd promised to take these two to the tallest peak in the realms if they'd chop off my head and convince Freya to bring it back.
Mimir, speak of Baldur.
I was getting to that.
Watch out! No. It's okay. Got
Behind you! Poison!
Gotta knock it down!
Come. We must leave before more creatures attack. You should have taken the spear. Defended yourself.
No. I've abjured all violence.
But
Yeah.
you're the god of war.
I left that behind long ago.
If Odin starts Ragnarok, you really wouldn't fight?
Not even if I wished to.
I was trying to place his voice actor, but though I looked him up, I don't recognize him from anything, so... I have no idea who this guy is. Tyr, I mean. Yeah, we kind of have a yank, but we don't have a closer yet. Dakota.
The truth. What is it you want from me? You speak of Ragnarok. Is it a god of war you came to find? Is that the Tyr you need?
Atreus.
Forgive me. I am grateful for my freedom. But if you want me to follow you to war, or worse yet, lead you to it, then kill me now. My fight is gone. Damage is done.
No one's killing you, brother.
Better that than to live to see Ragnarok.
We do not seek war.
We just want some answers.
I don't know how to help you.
It doesn't matter. The giants trusted you. That's the Tyr we need. We need you.
All right. All I ask is for a good night's rest.
No, we're going right now.
Maybe some food.
No food.
I think you killed the guards bringing me dinner.
Brother, perhaps now you'd like to finish the story?
The sons of Thor attacked us. We killed them. Baldur tried to kill Freya. I killed him.
But you skipped over how we fought and freed the Valkyries. And that the giants are all gone. And how they called me Loki. And finding the shrines.
Giants are gone.
When we got to Jotunheim, they were all dead.
Dead? Do you think Odin...
We do not know.
I think we're getting out of here not a moment too soon.
Whoa, what are those?
Reinforcements from Asgard. The Einherjar will want to investigate my disappearance thoroughly.
Are they using the sky to travel between realms?
Odin's got tricks up his sleeve we haven't dared to consider.
They're coming down on Nidavellir too. Will the dwarves be okay?
The time for such concerns has passed. We must leave. Now.
Look out!
Yeah, that's not a closer, Pastor of Muppets. That's a roamer, which is different. Unless I don't have it unlocked yet, in which case, ignore me.
Yggdrasil. It's been too long. I'd forgotten. Body.
Tyr, in your travels, did you ever hear the giants talk about Loki?
I'm sorry. That name doesn't sound familiar. The Giants were a very private people.
Makes sense.
Perhaps after a rest.
A treehouse.
Lord Tyr, you're really alive.
Am I? I wonder.
Okay.
He's just tired. I promised him some food and a room to rest in.
Ah, of course you did. Well, let's see what we can do. Please, come inside.
We'll be right in.
I'll be.
So, can we talk about what to do next?
There is much to consider. We will speak in the morning.
Oh, okay. In the morning.
Still. Hold still. Yep.
Much better. Thank you.
See? Sleep tight, Tyr. I'm gonna turn in. Big day tomorrow.
So, Tyr. Sounds like promises were made. Let's see about getting you settled, shall we? If you'll follow me.
Hey! Come see what I got for you. I'm sure we won't be interrupting any goings-on.
I may need time to construct a bed for someone of your scale.
Please, don't go to trouble on my account. Too much space would be unsettling. Do you have a broom closet?
Yes, but it's where I keep my brooms.
That's all I need. To be honest, it's all I can manage.
All right. Some food then.
Oh, nothing much. Perhaps some hardtack.
Hardtack.
Any sort of humble ship's biscuit will do.
I...
With a pinch of salt?
Well, I'll see what I can find.
You got some slag from the homeland, huh? Hand it over. I'll fix you up something.
You know what? They must be in the pantry. I'll just look quietly.
These'll look real nice in my collection. Hot damn, you've been busy. Yeah, these are shit. But for you, I'll buy. Need something special?
Oh, there it is. When we get Axe 4, we can get Pride of the Frost. And let me guess. Yep, there's Plume of Chaos, which is also Blades 4.
So that's what's left of Tyr, huh? Back where I come from, we'd say he's been through a few things.
So have we all.
Well, ain't you philosophical?
I don't remember how to upgrade Atreus. So he gets no upgrades. No, Palooza. I actually rather like avocado toast and unfortunately can almost never indulge. Avocados are hard to come by in the South. Ah, he doesn't need skills.
What are you thinking, brother?
I am thinking. I want things to be the way they were.
Well, I'd like to climb a tree again. Certain ships have sailed.
I just wish Atreus were not so restless. I care only for his safety.
I know, brother. But holding him too tight won't keep him out of danger. The lad's determined to make a few mistakes of his own. And I hate to say it, I think Tyr might be one of them. I've never seen a man broken so completely.
His pain is fresh. You expect too much.
Aye, perhaps. Pity Freya still wants to kill you. That's an ally we could use.
That is not an option.
No, I don't suppose it is.
Trouble sleeping. Ah! Shh. You cannot sneak up on me like that. There's something I have to do in Midgard.
What? Without me? I thought we were partners.
We are. Just wasn't sure you'd want to join me. I'm visiting an old friend.
Oh, I see. Or possibly not doing that, taking into account she's determined to murder you.
She wouldn't really.
Oh, look, I think it's lovely that you see the best in people. I really do. And I want you to continue to see the best in people by not getting yourself murdered.
But we need her. It's worth the risk.
Is it, though?
Oh. Okay.
How about I suggest an alternative? Something much less risky, but maybe could give you some answers.
What are you talking about?
A certain old friend you haven't seen in a while. A very giant friend.
Jormungandr? Did you find him?
Why don't I show you? It's just on the way to the vengeful goddess who wants you dead, so it'll give us some time to decide about not going there.
So, you know where Freya is?
No. I mean, yes, but look, let's just talk to the snake first, and then I won't take you to Freya. How's that sound?
Sounds great. Let's do it.
Glad you brought your key of Yggdrasil. I seem to have dashed out without mine.
Huh. You got sick of having house guests that fast?
What? No. I could just use some fresh air, is all.
Well, I hope you like it cold.
Should we swing by your cabin first? Will your furry friend be joining us this time?
No. I meant to tell you. Fenrir's dead.
Oh. I'm very sorry to hear that. As wolves go, he was always very clean.
Thanks.
I'd offer to give you a hug, but why traumatize either of us further? Okay. Caught a whiff of something awful near the Helheim Tower. Remember how to get there?
Yep, just past the oarsman. But that's what makes you think Jormungandr's nearby?
I know what I smelled.
Okay. Well, a lot's kinda happened, and I need answers.
Did his outfit change? Sindri's. Yeah, let's see how we open chests.
A chest. Shut up!
Yeah, try to remember your dad is your dad.
So, what's been going on?
So, Father said I cast a spell when Fenrir died, but I don't know what he's talking about.
Accidental magic? That is disquieting.
Accidental magic's not all. I sort of turned into a bear.
A bear? Including the slobber?
Yeah, but I lost control. Freya knows magic better than anyone. She could help me.
But not giant magic.
Fine. We'll do it your way then, Sin. A huge venomous snake seems much safer.
It's venomous? Shoot the barrel. It's got soundstone on it too. Or not.
I shot the... Okay. Whatever.
We're blocked. How'd the Arm of Tyr statue end up here?
Find a way through, and I'll tell you.
I'm on it.
Huh. Looks dwarfy. It is soundstone, but the path's still blocked. And I don't see any more on this side.
Hold on. Let me look around. Maybe I need a different angle. No way I'm lifting that. Maybe with some help?
Oh, don't look at me. Who knows where it's been?
So, Tyr's arm.
Your father owed Thor a blood payment. And, well, he got it.
Wow, great story.
Anyway, is that likely to happen again? Sudden, uncontrolled bear rampage?
Beats me. We've got company. Got my back?
They're literally made of filth. I'm not touching...
Who said you need to touch them?
I like the way you think. Okay, here goes nothing!
Yappa! A little help would be nice.
Okay, right. I'll just... Take this, you dirty pile of rocks! Don't touch
He's
me!
throwing dynamite.
Sindri, harsh words. Not sure he'll recover.
Shut up! You want my help or not?
All right.
You think this stuff grows on trees?
Interesting question. Does it? I mean, honestly, who cares if they are offended by it?
That's some quality craftsmanship!
I approve of the fact that this is noticeably different gameplay design. Not because we're using a bow, but because the loop is different. You notice we do a crap ton of stagger damage, right? We barely touched his health. And yet, we got his stagger bow to full in 3 shots. Look at that. Yeah, you can also...
sacrificing so many objects from your bag of tricks.
Well, you clearly need the help.
Oh, whatever.
I was just thinking, that bow is really sturdy. He's also got a double dodge, by the way.
Shoot. I think the lift switch is broken.
And you can change direction between.
You can fix it, can't you? Or does your brother have all the talent after all?
Depends. Is your father all the muscle?
If I say yes, you realize you're confirming Brock has all the talent?
How much crap do you have in that bag? How did you...
There! Let's get going.
Why are you worrying so much today?
I just need to look out for the people I care about. Keeps bad things from happening to them.
Freya wouldn't kill me. And Jormungandr's probably not even there. Besides, he likes me. He's only eaten me once.
I had conveniently scrubbed that from my memory.
Well, we're here.
It is, Latario. You essentially just saw it in action.
Told you he's gone.
Well, have you tried calling him?
Blowing the horn's the first thing we tried.
I'm not talking about the horn.
Yormuteum Senu.
That's not weird at all.
I mean... Whoops. God dang it. Okay, that's irritating. Can I turn that off? Hang on. I'm sorry, 1 second. Not what I was going for, but I'll live with that. Aha! There it is. Controller vibration. Turn that off. There we go. Especially not when I put the controller down and it just sits there vibrating on my desk with Wolfenstein. What's up, Jormungandr? Lady's head.
Lukia! Bimbul Akata! Leja Ferir! Ironwood. What is that? What is that? That's all you're gonna say? Well, don't let us keep you up or anything.
Good talk.
Ironwood. What do you think it means?
Means we should have stayed home. Let's head back.
Oh, that's disorienting. Guess we'll get used to that.
Is that frozen lightning?
Yep.
Want a closer look?
No.
That's where we fought Thor.
Door's frozen. Maybe I can... Ah!
Would you just let me do it?
Sindri, will you please open this door?
So what was your plan anyway? Just stroll up to the old Valkyrie Council Circle and hope Freya's in a good mood?
Well, now that I know where she is, yeah, exactly what I'm gonna do.
Fuck.
Language.
Don't tell Brock I cursed. He's unbearable when he's smug.
Look, Baldur tried to kill her. We had no choice.
Not sure she sees it that way.
Well, I'm not gonna ask her. Besides, they were your arrows.
You're absolutely right, which is exactly why I'm recommending we don't do this. Oh. Ah! Well, that's quite enough excitement for one day.
No way. We're so close. Careful.
This is probably going to go extremely badly. Because, yeah, we're pretty assuredly at the end of Act 1 here.
Oh dear.
1 second. No, it was up here, wasn't it?
Maybe this is a sign.
Don't be a baby. I'll catch you. Promise not to drop you this time.
This time?
Fine. Just step between the realms then.
You know it doesn't work that way. Though sweet Bessel, I wish it did.
Why doesn't it work that way?
Was that so bad?
I sincerely hope I never have to do it again, if that's what you're asking. My shop! Well, if I can't stop you, then this is as far as I go. I'm gonna stay and fix this.
Suit yourself.
Thanks again, Sindri. Oh, Jesus. Okay, it's right there, Van Falkenstein. You just hit the lore breaks, or the stream breaks, excuse me. I guess it's the lore breaks, so whatever.
You sure you want to go in there wearing the very arrow tip that killed her son?
I'll hide it under my shirt. And besides, it's a reminder to be better.
You need a murder weapon to be a better person?
It makes me feel brave, okay? Is that such a bad thing?
When it leads you to believe you can convince Freya of anything, yes, it is.
I have to try.
Hi. Gonna do that anyways, thanks.
Just keep going.
Are you sure this is a good idea? You haven't got a plan.
Rock says some people run better on chaos. I think he's right.
What makes you think that applies here? This is life and death.
And this is Ragnarok. We can't just do nothing, and we're out of options.
Living is an option.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, now which way to the council? As long as I go up and forward, I think I'll get there eventually. Yeah, sounds right.
I was gonna say, now we're actually alone. For, yeah, the first time in a really long time. Butters, you never shoot a man in the dick.
All right, more soundstone. It's blocked. Need to destroy the sonic piece first. All right, I just need to get a different angle on the soundstone.
Game! God, stop doing that.
Man, if Father could see me now, he would lose it. I wouldn't have to hide things if he'd just trust me.
How can I trust you if you lie?
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe if you listen to me.
Could I not say the same?
Well, where do you think I learned it from? Jump up! keep going up. Wonder what Mom would do. Why don't you trust her? Why won't you tell me?
Hi, Giga Pudding. I don't know what you said. But does Vidania? No, I have no idea what you said. Yeah, the last woman who actually was like, here, let me guide you on your quest was Athena. That
Guess I'm going the right way.
didn't really work out
Really
well.
wish I had a compass.
Nightmare!
I noticed that, Dakota. Makes me wonder how much backtracking they expect you to do to 100% everything. Oh, interesting that it's automatic, Giga. Huh. So I'm afraid I have something very sad to report. This is the best designed sequence in the entire game so far. Gameplay-wise. Terrain designed to give us large, sweeping paths before the enemies, so the range is actually an advantage. Enemies that are predominantly melee-focused. The enemies that are not melee-focused are usually in a position where we could do something about them. Like that. And of course, did you notice we have a closer? We have a huge range on that R3 ability. Yeah, this is actually some good design here. I'm legitimately impressed. You know, everyone in chat. Ah, you suck, Lord. It's true. But I stand by it. I just did, Adam Suda. I parried in the middle of the last fight. But if you mean just sitting here and holding it, this is what it looks like. Yeah, it's okay, I got hard light. Don't worry about me. 8? Jesus Christ, Giga. Are they going to fix you? They're going to fix you, right? You have a plan, you have treatment, you have medical care. It doesn't cost you an arm and a leg.
I got this, right? Yeah, I got this. Freya shouldn't be much farther now. Just need to look out for that big door.
Is that you up there?
Hello down there.
Hey! Come to your senses yet?
Yes, I'm not changing my mind.
Ha! You do have doubts.
No, no.
Like you never do? Better than having regrets.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but by all means, keep going and you might find those too.
Not gonna be a dick to Sindri. He's been a bro pretty consistently.
Just be sure to scream if she starts killing you.
Okay.
Thanks. I feel so much better now. That's the door.
She's killing me.
Hey, Freya. What? Can't I pay an old friend a visit? Nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, just because I'm responsible for the death of your son doesn't mean... Okay, yeah. Should probably avoid mentioning that. Is that Freya? Am I wearing this around my neck? The arrow tip that killed your son? That's a great question. I'm so dead. Here goes nothing. Freya!
You should have stayed with Sindri.
Wait! Stop!
Your father. Where is he?
Not here!
He sent you?
No! He doesn't know!
You shouldn't have come. He took my son. What makes you think I won't do the same?
You're better than this!
You would stake your life on it. What do you know of me?
I know you haven't killed me yet. So while you're thinking it over, why don't you let me go and I can tell you why I came?
You mean to plead for your father, save your breath. His fate is sealed.
But you know who's to blame for everything.
I cannot get to Odin. Nor do I need to. Ragnarok will take him.
Yeah? Well, what if I told you that he came to Midgard? He came to us. Offered peace if we don't move against him. Claims Ragnarok's already been averted.
He lies.
Maybe. But if you know Groa's prophecy, you know it depends on an army of giants.
The giants wait for war in Jotunheim.
No. I've been there. There is no giant army. There are no giants at all. Just me.
You.
In Jotunheim, we learn the truth. My mother was the last guardian of our people in Midgard. And that's not all. The giants have prophecies about me. They know me as Loki. I think maybe I'm supposed to help stop Odin, somehow. But since all the giants are dead and you won't fight Odin, then he's already won. Why aren't we working together? Now that you can fight again!
I am far from whole.
Okay. Okay. But we found Tyr. Maybe if you spoke to him...
Tyr's alive?
Yeah. We broke him out of Svartalfheim.
Impossible. The 9 realms are closed to all.
No. We opened up the way. We just don't know where to go next. But if we all band together...
Enough. Enough! Leave this place. Go and do not return. Go before I change my mind. Do not expect the same mercy for your father.
Okay. Yeah, that went very smoothly. After all, we're not dead, and she now has some interesting information. I'd say there's hope for her. After all, she didn't kill us, and she saw us coming. He heard, sensed, whatever, us coming from quite a ways away.
Okay, so I'm not dead. I didn't get any answers. So this all might have just been a very big waste of time.
No.
I will never, ever admit to Sindri.
I'd say it was a chink in the armor. We'll see, though. She did react when he mentioned that Odin had come to Midgard.
It's a good thing I like climbing.
Like, there was that moment where she just paused, stunned for a second. Like, wait, what?
Oh, thank Amir. You're all right. How did it go? I was starting to think...
Sindri, I told you I could handle it. But I don't think she's gonna help us.
Where's your necklace?
Huh? Oh! I was thinking and I, got rid of it.
She took it, didn't she? Today was your lucky day. So, tell me, how did it feel to run on chaos?
He just rebuilt that!
Just fix that! I've still got my bag of tricks. If you need me, I'll be standing back here. Nightmares! I'm gonna be sick!
Yeah, I caught it. My aim was off.
I'll repair it later. Let's get out of here before something else tries to kill us.
Yeah, good idea.
Hate to bring it up, but are we telling your dad about this? Since you've come clean and all.
No way. He'd kill you.
Right. Well, speaking of coming clean, I need your opinion on something. Something I've kept from my brother for a long time. I'll tell you on the way back. Come on.
Do they ever quit?
Oh.
Okay, back to Alfheim Tower. You were saying?
Long before you were born, there was an accident at the forge. Brock died. I couldn't accept it. I went to the Lake of Souls in Alfheim to steal him back. Legions of souls tried to stop me. I can still feel them crawling all over my skin. Thing is, I could only get 3 of his 4 soul parts back.
Sindri.
Brock just thought he got knocked out. I've been lying to him ever since. It's been eating at me lately.
You have to tell him.
Oh.
He has a right to know.
When the time is right. As should you with your father.
That's not the same thing.
No, it kind of is. And yeah, that explains a lot.
Now?
I wonder what piece he's missing, consequently.
Patience!
Anyway, you did a good thing. You saved Brock's life. I caused trouble.
No. I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
Seems to be a recurring theme in this game.
What do you mean? A choice?
I couldn't be alone. The other dwarves, when they saw him, they shunned us. So we left. Made our own home.
Well, you can't change the past, but it doesn't have to be who you are. Let's go home before Father wakes up.
That might be the best idea you've had all night. Trey.
Trey?
It's an... Shut up. Oh! So I'm not allowed to give you a nickname?
Is that what that was?
Whatever, Loke. Nope, that was worse. Ugh, and I heard it when I said it. All right. Shall we?
I like how Jormungandr just pieced out, like, yeah, I'm out. See ya. Yeah, listen, are you doing something new with your hair? Because you're missing part of your soul!
I hate coming home empty-handed. After Tyr was such a failure, just wanted
Now
to...
hang on, little Jotun. Tyr may not be everything you expected, but a failure? You saved him from a terrible fate. That's not nothing. And hey, maybe he'll be some help to us yet.
Maybe. But Father's not gonna go along with this forever. He's probably already got our next hiding place all picked out.
Well, let's not make it worse by getting caught. When we get there, I'll cover our tracks at the gateway and slip around back. And you just act natural, but quickly. Go, go, go.
Did you already... Ah, frickin' teleporters.
is not the risk that concerns me. Do we trust the path they would put us on?
I trust their wisdom, and this is the closest thing to hearing directly from them.
You are certain the Giants would not counsel war?
I said that they were wise. In my experience, that goes with being peaceful.
Oh, little brother. Told you we needn't worry.
Atreus, where have you been?
Peeing?
Hope you're all hungry.
I could eat.
Is everyone as well rested as I am? Be right down.
Is this sausage?
Sure. Why not?
Congratulations, you just got a present. Your first food is McDonald's.
I suppose you'd like to try cooking for this lot.
I accept.
What?
Atreus, we are planning our next move.
Oh, so where are we going?
Alfheim, home of the elves.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Alfheim? You hate Alfheim. Why would we move there?
Move there? Oh, we are seeking information.
The Shrine of Groa, young one. Your father tells me you found it there.
Groa? The Knowledge Keeper? Oh, maybe there's a secret there I can unlock.
Aye. Who better than the seer who saw everything?
I wasn't sure you, Never mind. That's great. Alfheim.
Hey, don't go forgetting this what'll get you there.
You know what? I'm gonna build a bigger table.
More for me.
Tyr, you're really up for coming with us?
I am. Whenever you're ready. Well, whenever your father's ready, I should say. If my counsel might help you towards the answers you seek, it's the least I can do to repay you. Plus, I think it will do me well to see the light of Alfheim again.
That elf light is some good shit.
So, where'd this plan come from?
Weirdly awkward scene.
From Mimir, of course. I was merely asking how you found me, and he explained the secret prophecies inside the Jotnar shrines. Fascinating.
From there, we set to taking stock of which shrines we'd seen, at which point your father recalled finding Groas outside the Temple of Light. And now that we can actually go to Alfheim, the prudent course of action became self-evident.
Nary a lost step for the world's smartest man. Even without feet, if you'll forgive the levity. I was always fond of our talks, you know?
Aye. And it's good to see you a free man again, old friend.
And thanks to you as well, Brock. These clothes do better than I deserve.
Darn straight. And never mind what Brock had to trade the landlord to get that Yggdrasil seed for yous.
The landlord?
He's not the landlord.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I feel like this is a hit button to continue kind of a thing. But now I'm curious. No. Well, okay, not around people I actually like, Trihexia. With people I don't particularly like, yeah, all the time. One might even call it the norm. Also, I love how Kratos is eating with a knife. I don't know if you caught that. Oh, right, we're Kratos now. my boy. Hey, there we go.
Right behind you.
I'll meet you at the gateway presently, friends.
Excuse me, sir. Mind if I take a little peek at you? I promise I'll be brief. My goodness, what a strapping physique. Capable of an astounding
That's
variety
Pro ZD.
of acts of violence, I imagine.
What is happening?
This must be the squirrel that tends the world tree.
That delectable aroma. Could it be? Pardon the intrusion. Ah, yes. Amber resin. Delightfully nutty with a hint of squidding.
No.
Not one for gastronomic exploration, I see.
Wait, if you're Ratatoskr, why are you so different when we summon you for help?
It's a long story. But you are correct. I am indeed Ratatoskr. The one you know as Ratatoskr is merely one of my spectral aspects.
No, call him
And a
Peluso.
particularly nasty one at that. I consider him so far removed from myself that he's practically a different person. Speaking of, Bitter, would you like to come out and see your friends?
Fuck off! I'm busy!
I suppose that was to be expected. Anyway, now that I've polished off all this resin for you, would you like the seed back?
It is the seed.
Indeed. A seed of Yggdrasil, to be precise. Since my dwarven tenants performed their little reconfiguration, you'll need seeds like these to open up new destinations on my tree.
Your tree, huh?
Yes, my tree. Here, let me show you.
PFR, not zero.
Ah, so that's why good Master Brock needed an Alpine seed. Clearly you have important matters afoot. That seed you found unlocks Niflheim of all places, a realm as ancient as it is vaguely sticky. Svartalfheim remains at your disposal if you have unresolved business amongst the dwarves.
If we're not going to Alfheim yet, it's probably best for Tyr to wait for us here. The soldiers we fought in Svartalfheim, those were Einherjar? I thought Einherjar were just spirits in Valhalla until Ragnarok comes.
They were no spirits.
Indeed, brother. Odin appears to have found a loophole. Activated his forces early as a standing army. Perhaps something he could only do without any honest Valkyries around to stand in his way.
What I thought. So, this is clever. I've been doing some experiments, including the one I just did. These little walking sequences. At first I was impressed. They were as long as they needed to be for the dialogue. I didn't realize that they just loop infinitely until the dialogue's done. Then it spawns the door ahead of wherever you happen to be. So you can just stand there and wait for the door to pop up. Like I just did.
Would have been a shame to have left that behind.
What'll it be? And the kid? Ready when you are. You won't get so much as a paper cut in that. That'll keep your bits in all the right places.
A good fit.
You make up your mind.
Working on it. So the other shield is just a straight up shield. So, sure. Let's try it out.
That'll put some hurt on them. That ought to last you a little while.
Very good.
Yeah, thanks, Brock.
Wait, are those Odin's ravens? The ones we've been destroying all this time?
So it would seem.
Free are we, free of the Father. Our half-lives now belong to no other.
What do you think that means?
I don't know, but there's definitely something more going on here.
Okay. Oh, absolutely, Giga Pudding. Interesting. What about you, Giga Pudding?
Do we have to be here? Creeping me out, all these poor bastards with their souls cut up.
Yeah, could you imagine having only a partial soul? That would be terrible.
A memory of war. You could use this as a training arena if you like. You'll just be fighting the recollections of enemies. They won't be able to harm you.
Right. I wouldn't say I'm pleasantly surprised. But I am pleasantly surprised, Giga Pudding. I agree. Oh.
Mimir, I know this sounds weird, but can you tell me again what happens when someone dies?
Every living thing has a soul, and every soul has 4 parts. Form, mind, direction, and luck. Direction steers the souls of giants, dwarves, elves, and animals toward the Lake of Souls in Alfheim, where all the parts may be absorbed back into Alfheim's great light.
So that's where Fenrir is? The Lake of Souls?
So long as his soul still has its direction, aye, it's well on its way.
Well, I guess we know which piece he's missing.
Ah, there you are. I knew you hadn't forgotten me.
Master Kratos, I would speak with you.
Yeah, sure, Ratatoskr.
Speak.
If you are ever in need of my services and I am not present, I have installed these handy chimes for you to notify me. Simply throw your axe and strike the chimes, and I will attend to your needs. Would you care to take a practice throw? A magnificent throw, Master Kratos. Truly a seasoned pro.
of the
Very well.
squirrels I've
You know how to
conversed
reach
with.
me now.
He's easily-
All that said, I'm happy to discuss anything else on your mind.
I have a question.
Splendid! I delight in offering my tutelage to the inquisitive.
Over the ledge, by the gateway over there. I noticed these dragons.
Dragons? Oh no, young Master Atreus. Those are lean worms, the brood of Mythos.
Mythos? That's the mother?
Correct. She's also a vital piece of the Yggdrasilian circle of life, as it were. I tend the branches up here, while Mythos chews the roots from below to prevent overgrowth. A delicate balance.
So they're friendly?
Well, they're not nearly so affable as myself, but there's no reason to expect hostility so long as they're left in peace. Mythos is a stern matriarch, as protective of her offspring as she is determined to teach them proper discipline.
That sounds...
Familiar.
Well, stay safe, everyone. I am already here, Master Kratos. Perhaps there was some confusion. This is for calling me out here, not for when I am here. Do you just like hearing the sound of the chimes? I suppose they do sound very pretty. Master Kratos, this feels very uncharacteristic of you, but if you enjoy the pretty chimes that much, I will allow you to indulge. Yes, you've done it. Well thrown.
Ready to go to Alfheim when you are. Unless you wanted to finish something in Svartalfheim first.
Ah, the sound of the chimes is not unpainful at this distance, so perhaps you could not? Already here, as it were. So... I see. You're deliberately attempting to push me into some sort of emotional outburst, aren't you? Well, I'm not so easily swayed, my good man. Stop with the stupid chime! Oh dear. I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from.
And on that bombshell,